All right. Welcome back to RPG Quest, and we are back to game 317, which is Deus Ex, The Conspiracy on the PS2. How's it going, XP? How's it going, exclamation mark? How's it going, Eltesh? Yes, it's a late stream. I'm working like shifts this week, so I'm starting later tomorrow, so I figured, I could probably stream a little later tonight. Play some more of this, do some more missions, do some stealth missions. Gotta like knock everybody over. Playing on hard because I don't know why I decided to play on hard. It seems like they're. I'm sure these guys are probably supposed to like fall like with one, one hit kind of thing, but because we're playing on hard, that doesn't happen. So I'm sure that's not gonna screw us over later on. But desperate to find anyone to watch. Well, there you go. You can enjoy some stealthing around. Ion Storm production. A Deus Ex game, because there's so many of them at this point.
Your appointment to.
So we got, what are we, like in the second mission so far, I think? Yeah, we're in Hell's Kitchen, I think. We were heading towards, I think we just entered a pub. Something like that. I'm sure we'll figure it out. There's a bunch of little missions we have to do. Yeah, tavern, going to the tavern. Something good to watch. It's so awesome. Hopefully I can deliver. Start the timer. We're in the Underworld Tavern, which is above world. 20 something? 2054 is when this game takes place. In the far, far future of 2044. She feels so close. Found like 2 things so far. Let's figure out, I guess we gotta find like boosts for these, so it's another thing we have to find at some point. Yeah. If we're lucky in 2054, we might reach the PS4. Maybe. Maybe. Just maybe. So yeah, we're going for that secondary goal. We're going to that Ton Hotel thing. Which is, right now we're in that underworld tavern bar. So yeah, we're going to Ton Hotel and we'll go from there, I guess. Alright, let's explore this place. Public computer terminals. A bunch of lore. Oh, we can't hack this? The Ton, yep. It's the Ton Hotel. That's it, just Ton. They charge by the hour. They charge by the minute. We can't afford more letters. I wonder if we can hack both of these. Gotta get all the cash. All of it. Go with the last one. 36. Yeah, should have withdrawn. Can I hack both? Okay. We're a great cop. We're just like... That's the same thing. I guess we had 2 chances. We failed both. I wonder if we can... Yeah, we might lose points by doing this. They find out that we've been hacking, like, ATMs there. Probably not so good. Just like, they knew when we went to the women's bathroom in the last mission. Hacking these ATMs and stealing people's money. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna... That's probably not the greatest thing we can do as a cop. But we gotta get some money somehow.
Hi, Ambrosia from a drug dealer.
We're talking about your wife, the Grey Death.
I don't know. If I gave it to her, and it was cut...
Don't mind me.
Joe's good for it. People know him. He'd be hanging from a streetlight if he was selling bad vaccine. Hey, Shay, Cape Cod. Here's a little vodka this time. Coming up.
Guess I have to do something.
Hi, I'm a cop. What were you guys talking about?
You would never forgive yourself if...
I know.
It's to be expected. Ambrosia's a controlled substance. Most people don't even think it exists.
To be panning chits in a grimy alley somewhere.
You ought to be thankful that dealers got their hands on it. A week from now, listen to me. I
got my badge right here.
Next week, it might be too late.
Smart NPCs.
Yes?
I plan to get Ambrosia. I'll make sure you get arrested during conspiracy targets. I tried this. Excuse me. I thought I heard you say Ambrosia.
Curious. I thought I heard you say Ambrosia.
My wife has the plague.
He already lost his daughter.
Hey, Bobby.
Sorry to hear that.
So do I trust some street punk called Jojo to get me pharmaceuticals? Trust him with my wife's life?
Jojo
I
sounds
thought
like
Ambrosia
a
was
good
an urban
name.
legend.
Jojo probably just wants to sound like a player. I shouldn't get my hopes up.
I don't know what to say. You just have to do what you think is right.
Gonna open the new stream today? Well, your hope was fulfilled. Yeah, I'm working like late shifts this week, so I start late, so I can
I'm glad. I hope
end
she does
later.
better.
Can't be any worse for her than morphine.
Hey, Shay, one for the road. Yes, ma'am.
Shay, like the butter.
I think he should do it.
Can I ask a question?
Go right ahead.
I'm looking around for a power generator, possibly hidden, large enough to power a building.
You in real estate?
I just need to find it.
Oh, of course. You know, I tied in power at a place a few blocks south. A warehouse. Strangest thing, they wanted to conceal these gas-driven generators on the second floor. Didn't give a hoot if their own people got asphyxiated.
Warehouse.
How do I get over there?
No way through the blockades now. We went over some rooftops to get there. There was a lift. The code was 3316, I think.
Thanks for the tip.
3316.
I also worked on their hydraulic system. If you ask me, I don't think one of those guys has seen a generator before in his life.
What can I get you?
Your
You
med
work
kit.
here, you must know the area. Heard of an old warehouse with an illegal power generator?
Not
Hey, where?
exactly, but
Yep,
if you're looking
late
for a
stream.
warehouse, you should probably start in the warehouse district.
Thanks, Shay.
Where's that?
A few blocks south. Not a bad walk, but the riot police have blocked the roads because of the NSF.
Sounds like a good place to start.
Something to drink. Everything in the bar, snacks too, just 10 credits.
Some heavy augmentation.
That's some heavy augmentation.
Yeah. Ask UNATCO, what's it to you?
I'm in the business.
Well, I was in an early program, okay? I can still polish a glass. Good luck with your business.
Nope, received. The warehouse is in the warehouse district. Gotcha. Don't mind me.
What'll it be?
Damn it.
Never mind.
Didn't see nothing. I just... oh. I threw that in my inventory for something. Shoot. Alright. This might hurt, though. She did say shoot. Not my fault. I'm just following instructions. Take your flashlight and your knife. She suggested it. Not my fault. I wonder though, you don't get like an instant game over. I'm sure you get some. You do lose some points for like, you know, killing civilians or stealing from the ATMs. So tempting.
I am broke. Pardon me, sir. Just letting off a little steam, I guess.
Excuse us, we're having a conversation.
I guess you gotta
You
wait
would
for them to
never
finish the
forgive
conversation.
yourself if
I know.
it's to be expected.
That's interesting. So you actually have to wait for the conversation to end
Most
to ask
people
them
don't even
questions.
think it exists.
Good to know.
To be panning chits in a grimy alley somewhere.
You ought to be thankful the dealers got their hands on it. A week from now, listen to me. I say this for your own good. Next week, it might be too late.
He's just trying to re-augment her. Exactly. I was just trying to get her upgraded with the latest, latest lead-based augmentations.
Just curious.
Yo,
Sorry to hear. I thought Jojo. I don't. Mask go wet. You and. Oh, how do I? Thanks for.
I think you should do it. What can I get?
You work here. You must know the area.
It's the camera.
No.
Not exactly, but if you're
Great
looking
camera.
for a warehouse, you should...
Where's that?
A few blocks south.
That's.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well,
Pilot guy.
Mind if I ask you a few questions?
Hey, you look like the vigilante type. What if I said I knew where you could load up on military hardware?
Sounds good to me.
Where's that?
That's valuable information. You'll have to come up with some kind of payment. How about liquor?
Have some
You
beer.
can have this beer.
That one's warm. Get me something from the bartender.
What? Fine.
the tap's out. Only bottles.
Beer, please.
You better get rid of some gear if you want to carry anything else.
Fine. Guess I gotta drink one.
What'll it be?
Beer, please.
There you go.
What do you have for me?
You can have this beer.
That'll do. His name's Smuggler. Real paranoid nut.
All
Turns
right.
himself in with booby traps, but he knows things. There's stuff in the sewers that only Smuggler knows about.
Thanks. Maybe I'll pay him a visit.
Now I'll tell you something you can't hear from anybody but me.
What's that?
Area 51. You heard of it, right?
Actually, I'd rather hear whether you know anything about a warehouse with an illicit generator.
I worked out there. Most people think they got aliens from another planet, but I didn't see any flying saucers. You want to hear about it? I'll tell you. For the price of a beer.
Another beer. Kingsfield, yes. Kingsfield has been beaten. It's not called Kingsfield 4. At least not in North America. Kingsfield Ancient City. Or just search, or just do exclamation last. It'll be easier.
What do you have for me?
You can have this beer.
I want one of Shay's ice-cold brown bullets. They're too cheap to buy.
It's kind of annoying that they know that your beer
What'll it
isn't
be?
purchased from her.
Beer, please.
There you go.
What do you have for me?
You can have this beer.
I appreciate it. Yep, I know for a fact it's not just for government research. I've seen all kinds of executives coming and going.
I'm sure plenty of bureaucrats fly out there.
Billionaires, big executives. I think the whole place has been taken over by a private corporation.
Not likely.
Something's going on underground. I'm a pilot, which means I didn't get any access to the main complex. But a lot of rock comes out of there. It's some kind of mine. But what I don't understand is why they're always laying more fiber optic cables.
A pilot? What do you fly?
Copters. You know what I think? I think that's where the UN moved Echelon 4 back when they promised they were going to stop spying on people.
Surveillance is a very distributed technology. To centralize it in one large facility would be very unusual, even for the UN.
I bet they did it. They want to centralize everything. Every computer on the planet.
Ancient City ending? Yeah. It kind of sudden, it happened pretty quickly. Yeah, Human Revolution I enjoyed quite a bit. Drinking the wheat in Iceland.
Know anything that's worth the price of a beer?
This old bird's had enough. Hell, I'm about to go on duty.
What kind of chopper pilot starts work at midnight?
You're with UNATCO, right?
Why do you ask?
I'm the one that flies your brother Paul to Hong Kong. He told me to watch out for you.
I didn't know UNATCO hired pilots.
The black choppers are run by the NSA to support various classified operations. Pentagon uses them, the CIA. They hired me because I don't ask any questions.
Good to know that, you know, you just drank 2 40s and about to go pilot a plane or pilot a helicopter.
Like I said, I know how to keep a secret, even between brothers.
So he's holding something back. The reason UNATCO transferred him back to the States.
Listen to your brother, JC. Respect his experience. Let's leave it at that.
Anything else in here? Any secrets?
What'll it be?
Never mind.
All the stuff. It's all mine. Soy food. Why is this place just full of soy food? Is that the only food that exists in the future? The future is grim. Girdle.
Hey, you with the troops? I need help.
What's the problem?
Actually, it's my friend. Johnny took her into the alley west of here, across the street.
Slow down. Who's Johnny?
I got a bad feeling about this. He was mad. He gets crazy when he's mad.
Don't worry. I'll check it out.
No, I'm not a drinker.
If Johnny touches her, I swear to God I'll kill him.
Let's play some pool. Where'd he go? Can I pick it up? Damn it. Can't pick it back up. Bro. Physics simulations. You know, there'd be a trophy of some kind if this was on PS4. Nope. I get all my water through osmosis. How's it going, Devin? Yeah, Deus Ex, I mean, obviously the PC version is the superior version. Although, I mean, the PS2 version at least controls pretty well. Maybe when this came out, the controls would have been pretty, like, confusing, because, you know, the FPS controls that we're used to nowadays weren't really a common thing back when this game came out. But this game uses standard FPS controls that we're used to, so... Oh, this guy is short. He's just, like... This chair's a little too big for you there, buddy. Used car salesman?
Joe Green, Midnight Sun. Glad to know you. What can you tell me about what's going on out there?
Sorry, regulations prevent me from talking to the press.
Regulations, eh? So you are part of the crackdown.
Like I said, I have nothing to say.
Too stylish for the National Guard? Too athletic for NYPD? You must be from UNATCO.
I really can't be bothered right now.
I'm doing quite good. It's a little warm today, but other than that... Joe Green is big boy chair, yep.
How about I ask you a few questions?
Splendid. I certainly would like to know what an international anti-terrorist organization expects to find in a dive like this.
Anything about a secret NSF powered generator?
Anything about a secret NSF power generator?
Ah. Playing the detective, are we? I take it you've been assigned to eliminate certain weapons systems. Defenses, maybe? Am I getting warm?
Just answer the question.
Let me be more pointed. How does it feel to be ordered to murder civilians just because they support the fastest growing political movement in this nation's history?
Feels great.
In a democracy, armed rebellion is criminal, not political.
Rebellion, as the Declaration of Independence tells us, is not only our right, but our duty when we have suffered a long train of abuses and
Yeah, that'll help.
usurpations.
That's why we need some rain. I think it's supposed to be really cool tomorrow, like 13 degrees tomorrow, so it's gonna cool down quite a bit. Humidity plus sinuses, oh, I can imagine.
This is gonna make a great story.
Oh, it's just like the corner of his ass cheeks. It's lifting him up. That he's wearing some adult diapers that are really, really full. Lady in sweater.
It's still going on, isn't it? They're shooting people right outside the bar.
What else in the bar?
I don't know what to do.
I can't get in trouble this time. This is unisex bathrooms. No chocolate bars in the toilets. You don't have a mirror in this place? Maybe. And I got in trouble for it. The game kind of flagged it. Game new. Accomplishment bonus. I've accomplished going through a bar. I think that was worth 150 points. Even 95 plus tomorrow? Oof, that sucks. The kid, my mom had to use the bathroom, took me in, yeah. So, yeah. What's her faces? Yeah, let's see here. Nope. God damn it. No. There, that's what I want to do. Alright, save. Chocolate rose. It's extra nutty chocolate bars.
What I'm telling you, girl.
You said I didn't have to. Make Jamie do it.
I already took the money. And when it's JoJo and it's something he wants, you gotta do it. You and me both, baby. We helpless.
We were just gonna hang out today.
I told you how it don't play with me, this amateur unprofessional bullshit.
Johnny.
If it's business, it's business. If it's us two hanging out, then we hang out. Right now, it's business.
I want out, Johnny. I didn't know it would get like this.
Put it this way. You in it. You want out is like a game. You get beat out. What you want?
We're alone, have to have your ass picked up for pandering. For 10 seconds defeated before I add you to the list of innocent casualties. I want to shake ladies off your hand for an hour.
Take the lady off your hands for an hour.
200 up front and I'll hook you up.
200.
Deal.
Right on, bro. You next.
I gave you the money. Now give me the girl.
I said I'd hook you up. Sandra's gotta go to the underground. But you wait topside at the underground bar, and I'll be there. Maybe you like Janie.
I want Sandra.
Yeah, you a Janie man. You just don't know it yet.
Come on, man.
Worst weapon ever. Need to upgrade my my attack, my melee attack thing. Well, it's designed to knock people out. Not exactly the best thing from the front. It's more of a, hit him from the back thing. Your get gun. I don't have a get gun. I do have a little pew pew. I have one of those little crickets from Men in Black.
What I'm telling you, girl.
You said I didn't have to. Make
See? Back is done. One-shotted.
Thanks.
Sucks to get backed into a corner.
I was trying to find the back way into smugglers.
Right, the weapons dealer.
Hey, you shouldn't have took down Johnny. Soon as Jojo finds out.
I've been hearing about this punk Jojo. I'll straighten him out if you can tell me where to find him.
You can't touch Jojo. He doesn't go out, and there's only 2 ways to the warehouse.
Warehouse?
You think you can sneak into Osgood's at the park, but in the first place, it's locked.
Looks like the fighting in the park has died down.
And if you go underground, he's got laser tripwires, drone guns, military-type stuff, plus there are guards on the roof.
Tell you what, I'll handle Jojo. You stay out of the way until the NSF have pulled back.
I can take care of myself.
Universal ammo? Ugh.
You know Smuggler? What can you tell me about him?
Tough guy like you, figured you'd be a big customer. His place is over by the subway. You have to give the password Bloodshot or he won't let you in.
That's exactly what I wanted to know.
Bloodshot.
Thanks already, now leave me alone.
Jeez. Nothing down here. I know, right? Just save trash. Like, get out of here, you jerk.
Stay out of the ton, bro. Bad shit going down.
Just in the other area. Let's go visit the Ton Hotel, I guess. You get the breach of security in your New York first federal account. Here at NYFF, obviously you take such matters seriously and nobody holds you responsible for the damages incurred. All of your assets prior to the unauthorized transaction has been transferred to account number 947761. Aha. We'll go borrow some money.
What's your business here, Agent?
Just going up to my brother's room.
You better hold off. The NSF retreated in there about half an hour ago, and they've taken hostages. We're waiting on a specialist.
I'm your specialist. Just tell me where the hostages are being held.
No one's standing in your way, but you'll have to go in alone. Our orders are to hold the perimeter. We think the terrorists are on the second floor.
Carry on, Corporal.
Agent? Don't take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, first vaccine. I got the Moderna. All it was is just a sore arm for for a day or two. Her Pfizer is basically the same thing. So prepare to have a sore arm. Better than like AstraZeneca. When I hear I got AstraZeneca, I felt like shit. Like 2 days afterwards. Where's this lead? Looks like we just go to the front of the town hotel, maybe? I don't want to waste we don't have a lot of lockpicks or anything. I've got 2 lockpicks and 4 multi-tools.
Remember, no deals with terrorists. Good luck, Agent.
Can't see what I'm doing. Up. So storing for 3 days or so AstraZeneca? Yeah, I mean that's basically what I had with Moderna. I had it in the morning by the night of that day my arm was pretty sore. Like I wasn't really able to move my left arm much. Next day is kind of the same thing. After that it was kind of fun. It's like a little soreness after that. It's perfectly fine. Do I want to go up there? Do I want to go in here? Apparently in here. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I mean, it was just one of those, like, you can't really sleep on your arm. So if you sleep on your side, you're going to be sleeping on the other side. How's your arm feeling, Tex? Yeah, that's what it seems. AstraZeneca seems to have the worst, like, side effects. Had a couple of coworkers that got the AstraZeneca, and yeah, they were like, they had to call in sick the next day there because they felt like shit. $20.50. Feels like shit. Is it just your arm, or does the rest of you feel like shit? $350. Can't change your outfit. Yeah, I mean, it's better to get it done sooner rather than later, after all. Frying pan. Pot. I found some pot. A lot of pot. Quick note, if you need any help with work, check the painting on the wall and use the code 4321. Oh yeah. They did say that there was like chest behind. Damn. Lockpicks, by electric shell, another lockpick, a med kit, lots of ammo. Damn, found the mother load here. Pick it up. Hey JC, didn't have a chance to get you your own net account, so feel free to use mine in the meantime. Login is P. Denton, and the password is Chameleon. Get yourself at home, and I'll see you soon. Candy bar. End up this a candy bar. What a guy. Ballistic armor. Is this like a limited time use thing? It's good for like 5 seconds. Yeah, I bet you this is like... it's like any of the other stuff. It's good for like 10 seconds and that's it. The Punisher was indeed. Mainly this ballistic armor is only good for about 30 seconds. It's the worst ballistic armor ever. What kind of crappy ass like Kevlar do they have in the future, man? Apparently. Some horrible Kevlar. Here's Tox that eats the armor. I think we misread that. It's not ballistic armor, it's ball sack armor. It's extremely toxic. The messaging machine but wanted to follow up. Both of us traveling is hard to get together, isn't it? I miss you so much. I'll make it up to you when I get back. Oh wait, your brother's staying with you, isn't he? Well, just wait until you're alone. We'll work things out. Promise. Kisses. I love how he gave us access to his email. Great. I mean, oh, there's more messages. Let's come to personal. I never if I left and right. Hey JC, that help you unload the boxes. I've been tied down, trying to get mental analyzers working. Just following recipient. Communication. Wait, there's too much. Like tracer, pursue caution. Blue harvest, and see you next Wednesday. Ball sack armor. It's a fitted cup. That's what it is. It's very well fitted. Yeah, it's military stuff, right? Probably costs like $1 million for that ballistic armor. Or sorry, it probably costs the taxpayers $1 million for that ballistic armor. I was gonna say, I hope I have a key for this. It's friendly. That guy's not. Another one over there. What the hell, man? You're an 80, what the hell?
Watch out, they've got guns.
What the hell, lady? I had him, and the lady's just like, I'm just gonna like
Taking care of those guys.
run into him.
You from the police?
UNATCO.
Yeah? Well, you might be interested. I heard them talking. They said something about how they had just put in a generator in a warehouse a few streets south of here.
Did you catch the name of the street?
No, but they were talking about their security setup.
Anything interesting?
It sounded like there was underground access. They're using the word righteous as some kind of password.
Righteous.
That's very helpful. Thanks.
Former female hostage, put that in your resume. No, I don't think I have seen Super Troopers.
Thought I was a goner.
Yeah, at least you didn't run into the friggin' terrorists like she did. Jeez. Just trying to sneak up behind him and was just like, hey, I'll distract them. Dumbass.
Just about saved my life.
Former male hostage.
Thanks.
Thanks to you, dumbass.
Trying to catch my breath. You saved my life.
Yeah, no thanks to someone. They're still unconscious, so you might want to run away. I don't know how long they're going to be. They'll be unconscious. It'll probably go on to like midnight or so. Maybe 1.
I'm gonna wait here till things
start later tomorrow, so. It's probably a set of keys somewhere here.
I'm gonna wait here till things settle down.
So tune NYFF. Another KTM thing.
You just about saved my life.
Yeah, they're probably used to them. It's like rats, we deal with these all day. This is the seizure room. I'm assuming there's only those 2 hostages, or those 2 terrorists, so we don't have to be careful with the rest. Robot seems to be in trouble. Why is he friendly? Why do we have a friendly terrorist? I don't think he should be a friendly terrorist. What is even going on here? With a good. Alright then. Now he's like not so friendly. What in the world was even going on there? That was weird.
You alright, Mr. Renton?
Fine, I think that's all of them. You got the guys upstairs, right?
Yeah. By the way, I saw your daughter down the street. She didn't look so good.
Sandra? Was she coming back to the hotel?
I took care of a thug who was harassing her, but she's still mixed up in some pretty nasty business. You better talk to her.
No more talking. If you see her, tell her I don't care what she's been doing.
Thanks,
She
Dad.
can come home. No questions, no speeches.
I'll tell her she can trust you.
I should probably go find her. Oh, I don't know.
Friendly mega armor terrorist, yeah. I mean, he's just like some sort of invisible glass. No, I would have been able to jump over this. It only came Tom became aggro when I like walked into the room, and even then he was just like running around doing nothing. So some really great AI in here. Friendly Terrorist would be a great FPS name. It's probably on Steam already. Must drain the water out of this. I think you can use this like 10 times. Yeah, 10 times on the dot. Scary photo. Go. Let's put that door that we couldn't get through. Take all their money. All of it. No, he definitely had some plot armor, because, I mean, I'm sure I would have been able to knock him down way faster than I was able to knock him down there. It just... he was basically invulnerable until he walked in the room. Although I did hit him from the front, and he just kind of crumpled, so I don't know. It's weird.
Why'd she have to do this to me?
I wonder if I should go see his daughter again. No, probably. Yeah, I gotta go back out anyway, so... let's go to the top floor. Out of order. Could have fooled me. See something over here? Multi-tool. We got a lot of multi-tools. What are we up to now? Like 10? 9? I wonder how many of those you can carry. Still under-equipped with lockpicks though. So maybe that's the next thing I level up is lockpicking. I do have a computer up to level 3, I want to say. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, I got a computer at level 3. So probably lockpicking. Although I guess multi-tool is separate from computer. Yeah. Control automated gun turrets. I'm tempted to level this up so I can knock people out a little easier. I shouldn't have leveled this up. I'm going to be going for non-lethal as much as I can. I'm sure that gets us more points. At least it'll make our brother happier.
You saved my life.
You just about saved my life.
You saved my life, you just about saved life. You know, you kind of maybe sort of almost did, you know. I don't really call it saving, it's more like, you know, kind of sort of saved it. Can't get any more cigarettes. I've maxed out my cigarette quota. It's locked. What a body. Zyme. Yeah, they could be together in death. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of bugs that you can do in this game. I'm sure it's mostly relegated to the PC version, though. Although I'm sure there's some PS2 bugs as well, but... I mean, most of these kind of FPSs are usually... People usually find, like, tons of crazy glitches for speedrunning. I mean, if you can get out of bounds, that definitely saves a lot of time. Not strong enough. Not strong enough. Make it. Good thing I didn't use lockpick for that. Oh yeah, this is definitely not a perfect port. They've cut out some content in order to, you know, to lower the size of areas, so it fits in PS2 memory. I don't know what else they really changed, but I mean that's one of the main things they changed for sure. Just the size of areas, make areas slightly shorter. I'm sure they probably moved items around to compensate for that as well. Like, I did play the PC version back in the day. I don't remember much about it. It's been a long time since I played the PC version, but I remember having quite fun with the PC version. I probably did the same kind of thing, like kind of a stealth approach to everything. Well, it's mainly memory issues. It's the biggest issue. It's a terrorist. Now, PS2 has pretty limited amount of memory. Was it like 16 megs of RAM or something? Not sure if it's that little, but definitely very little bit of memory.
Who was that? I didn't see a uniform.
Sure you did.
I guess we'll see.
32 megabits.
Something moved. Could be the law.
The law.
Forget it. I was hearing.
Oh, I saw something move. Oh, I must have been hearing things. Six hits to take these guys down. That's probably because I am playing on hard as well. From the back though, it is instant from what I've seen. Last name terrorist, first name, oh my god. It's gotta be an augmentation that's like silent running or something, where you can run without making footsteps. Maybe it'd be a good one to get. Good. God damn it.
Take him out.
Really? That sucked. Hey, Reg. Alright, so I can't knock these guys out in one shot. You have to actually hit him in the head. Oh, you have to hit him in the head. Yeah, vision count is... It's pretty bad. I mean, they do have like, like body part things, because when you're targeting stuff, like on their body, like it auto aims at different parts. Tramp stamp, the best baton targets. I mean, it probably would, if you smack somebody in the back, like the small of the back like that, that probably would be pretty good at knocking them out. Or at least, like, stunning them, right? I wouldn't knock them out, though. Assault rifle. Alright, where am I right now? Sort of kind of there. Got the warehouse over there. Let's go check this place out. It's a tramp stamp. It's a tattoo in the small of the back.
Yes. Password? Bloodshot.
Kind of need to visit the rest of this area. Save since we knocked that one dude out. Couple dudes there. Kind of figured he'd be turning towards me. If I can make it to the opposite side of that crate. Yeah, I know, right? Give you a ton of metal boxes. Can I walk around inside of a metal box? There's a bunch of cardboard boxes. Nobody will suspect anything. It's like, huh, that cardboard box wasn't there before. That's fine. Easier then.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. Your notification didn't work. You missed the stealth stream. Your love is like, whoa. Summon the sorcerer. Oh yeah? That's like the adventure game, isn't it? I don't know. How would that play on... Well, I guess it is a point-and-click adventure game. That probably would translate pretty well for a touchscreen device. Osgood and Son's front door keys. Pile them up. Alright, 2 down. You don't stop playing nothing. It's like a zone transition. What text parsers don't do well? I mean, they could work pretty well. Phone keyboards.
I know a pig.
Man, the guy's too fast. He reacted like instantly. Is that fun? Can you just do everything all the time? Yes, yes you may. Must do. Let's go in here. More multi-tools. Some rockets. For a launcher I'll never have. Man, goodness, multi-tools left, right, and center. No lockpicks, just a whole bunch of multi-tools. I wonder if I can hit him from like down here. Aim towards the head.
Take him out.
Nope. You just can't hit the head from down here. If you stand up, you risk like you have to move very slowly. Throw the enemies. Use my my arm augmentation and throw it at them really hard. Oh, the other head has to be like facing the other way though. Can't hit him from the back. It's very hard to move without making sound when you're like moving upright. There's going to be for sure. There's going to be like a an augmentation that reduces footstep noise. I'll probably grab that once we find it. I'm tempted to see what's in here. Another multi-tool, yeah. Find a target to aim better.
Pig.
I'll take this. He's got a nice comfy bed. This better be good, whatever's in here. Oh yeah, it's going fantastic. Shotgun shell, I got some trinket laser darts, it's like that. Sawed-off shotgun. Because why not? Need to find like a I mean, I'll probably eventually go to lethal, but I need a silencer on this thing before I even attempt to use this. Oops. Having the wet spot feet first. Face first. Well, he's gonna wake up and wonder where that taste in his mouth is. Oh, let's go the lockpick back we just used. Random hazmat suit. It's ammo for guns we'll never use. I guess these guards never check in with their other guys. So I didn't see Joe for the last 20 minutes. That's fine. Must have been taking a leak. As long as I'm fast. I only got 2 so far. All I picked up is a strength increasing one and a water breathing one. Oh jeez, whatever. Shit. Didn't see me. Slightly spicy. Let's try that again. Smells like barbecue. XP wasting some points. Hey, what are the votes like? Still Nocturne with a heavy lead? Yep. I gotta save him for the next fast forward.
Fascist.
Damn it. That was not that fast that time. You gotta be like up and like swing at the same time to even have a chance. If he's walking, obviously if he stays put, and you can kind of sneak up and then stand up and hit him, but if he's walking, it's like you gotta split second before they instantly realize you're behind them. Yeah. He was like halfway turned there. Got him. Alright. That's probably all of them. Got some napalm. Alright, any more goodies? Another entrance. It's a strong-ass glass window. What's this thing made of? The fuck? This does look like an entrance. Maybe you have to use some explosives to get in this one. Well, either way, I'm probably gonna go to that one over there. So we pick up everything. Use the high quality glass in that one. Extra thick tempered bulletproof glass. Alright, so I think we got everything. Get all the goodies. So let's take the entrance that's the furthest away, because that's probably the one that's going to give us the most points on the way there.
Password? Bloodshot.
Loading. You know, this game's all about like a pandemic that's come around, a plague that's come around, and people are like scrambling for the vaccine, all about riots and stuff to get those vaccines. You know, typical stuff that happens in the future. None of this stuff is ever going to come to pass. They can't predict the future. Not at all.
Our files show that the smuggler is whacked out paranoid. Watch for booby traps. And the latest news? Your brother's team hit some resistance. So they're gonna be delayed while we bring in chopper support.
Of course they will. Wait, I need to go back and see Sandra. Tell her dad says she's fine to go back. Whatever. So they're gonna give us maybe a few extra points. Not worth going back like a bunch of extra steps. That's one way in. Asking for this, obviously. Let's go this way so we don't use any tools. It's a different zone, really. It did not look like a place that would just zone to a new area. Was this that locked place I saw once? It's a different way down to this place, I guess. Quebec Nordiques. I was never big into hockey. I know. I need to hand in my Canadian citizenship. Ladders, yeah. Death ladders. You can also jump over this using boxes. I do have this like strength thing. Probably stack a couple boxes, but we got like a billion multi-tools, so might as well use some. Weld. It's more ballistic armor. Can we like carry more than one of those? Yeah, we can. 2 suits of ballistic armor that last like 5 seconds. And 2 hazmat suits that last for 5 seconds. Fuck is better in the lead fights? Yeah. Drink some maple syrup. Drink some maple syrup straight from the tree. No explosives. There's gonna be grenades on the walls somewhere. I thought there was a grenade going off there. Is this the dude? He literally just had like one laser barrier. That's his only protection. Hell, man. Hello?
Why the booby traps? Afraid of something?
Just precautions.
Against what?
Government's been having some kind of crackdown all year. People I know, they've been disappearing.
Is that so?
Think it's a big joke? Lift up a grate in the street. They got my friend Ford Schick in a secret lab next to the sewers.
A lab? In the sewers? Maybe he was taken hostage by the NSF.
These guys are pros. Definitely government funded.
Interesting. Maybe I'll take a look, but I think you should have a little more regard for the United States government.
If you're serious about going down there and finding Ford, I'll give you a deal on some hardware. Also, you'll need this. It's the key that can open the sewer manholes.
Tell me about the hardware.
I have a scope that will fit most handguns and rifles for 2,200 credits. A bioelectric cell for 800, and some light amplification goggles for 3,500.
3,500.
Too expensive. Maybe I'll try to locate your friend.
Alright, so we got the key to the sewers. Oh, we hack things like right next to the people. My computer now. Hidden. Specifics and variables, chlorine, Oracle. Nous trouvons vos limites acceptables. Nous attendrons à ce que les éléments en question fournissent promptement, avec déclencher les mécanismes. En l'emplacement qu'on a discuté, nous avons créé un compte comptant la première... Ah! Intruder detected. Our news. Wait, what? Takes all our friggin' resources? Alright, don't get locked out. ATM code, by the way, is what... Ever get into fighting games? Nah. Never been big into fighting games. It's been too long since I played the PC version, but I'm almost positive that this is more cut down. I mean, this place here, talking about all these booby traps this guy has, literally has like one thing you got to disable to get into his
Our
lair.
files show that the smugglers whacked out Paranoid. Watch for booby traps. And the latest news, your brother's team hit some resistance, so they're gonna be delayed while we bring in chopper support.
You watch out for booby traps. This one booby trap. It's a huge amount of booby traps. Controller has drift. Every time I reload, my controller always drifts a little bit. I have to like circle the controller to. Usually it's only once for rebooting the console. This game is every time I reload. I know, right? You still have like cigarette selling machines. They didn't really predict the future too well, did they? Yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's like... I'm very sure the PC version would have had like more booby traps. They just had to cut it down on this one. They have like literally one.
What do you want?
Why the boob? Just against
Government.
That's
Think it.
interest. Tell me about
I have a...
too expensive.
Ford does the best bioscience in the Northeast.
Let's see the hardware.
Alright. He's got more booby traps up here. A lot of rod chargers. I think he's paranoid. He's got a really big open ceiling where he's standing. Seems kind of a dangerous thing to have. Never point a firearm at anyone or anything you do not intend to shoot. For handling of any firearm in standardless operation, always have your firearm pointed in a safe direction. Keep your firearm unloaded when not in use. Treat every firearm as if it were loaded. Never pass your firearm to another person unless the cylinder or action is open. You visually check that it is unloaded. Place your finger inside the trigger guard only when you're ready to fire. Nah. The Modern Terrorist Handbook. Sriracha shots? I remember having that quite a bit a while ago. I haven't had it recently though. It's pretty good though. It's not a table lamp, it's a shelf lamp. It's a lie. Screw this painting. I was right, there is something behind here. Thermal optic camo. It's gonna last for 10 seconds. I don't know if there's anything up there. I can't even lift these. These aren't selectable. Feels like they would hide something up here, but without anything to lift up to get up there, it's kind of impossible to get there. Unless you can do some like chair lifting chicanery there. You can like lift up a chair while you're like standing on it. Oh, there's you didn't see the medkit. Ramen soups, pizza, sometimes in chicken. It's great info, yeah. Some fantastic info. Alright, so guess we're going to the sewers. I thought we'll open this door here. Definitely feels like I should be able to go into the side passages here, but it's just a transition zone. Well, it should be open soon. Isn't like this week or next week? It should be open. Put sriracha in your cereal. Ah, screw it! I'm not going back down. Yeah, this is the one I had seen.
There were a couple of NSF on the second floor. I took care of the situation.
What about the hostages?
Doing fine. You guys can relax.
Guess we didn't need that specialist after all.
Dude, I am the specialist.
Well, I'm glad they made it.
Want me the key for? Let's go see Sandra. Is she MIA now? Just gonna tell her about her old man. Well, she's at the bar. Your fries? Yeah, a little spicier fries. Yeah, the patios. Yeah, I guess it's just the patios and not the actual indoor stuff. But, you know. But, I mean, there should be some places you can get some pho. Just like takeout, mind you, but...
I think your friend is gonna be alright.
What about Johnny?
He's on his back in the alley.
Serves him right. About time.
What can you tell me about his boss, Jojo?
Oh, Jojo, he's nothing, man. We used to go out. His body mods? Cosmetic. Scars? I saw him cut his face one time just so he'd look mean.
Maybe I'll cap his ass, too.
Well, if you ever want to get into the warehouse where he hides out, I know the code. It's 3316.
Thanks. You've been very helpful. I talked to your father. He asked me to invite you back home. No strings attached.
How sweet.
You could at least let your father know you're all right.
He knows where I am.
You mad at him or something?
No, but I don't want him running my life like he runs that cheap hotel.
He doesn't do such a bad job.
He never got nowhere because he never took chances. That ain't me. I'm gonna do things my way.
How many negatives is there in that one
I
sentence?
think you should be more grateful for what he's done. Let's leave it at that.
There's like at least 6 negatives in that sentence. Music here has changed, oh yeah? From the PC version? For the better or for the worse? Probably for the worse, I would imagine. Could be like a, could be like copyrighted or whatever, licensed music.
JoJo shouldn't stick us with guys like Johnny. That ain't cool.
Ain't cool. Worse if it's better. Yeah. Sandra's a prostitute, her dad runs a hotel. Exactly. She gets to stay at the hotel for free. It's a win-win. It's a family business. It's crazy techno music. Makes sense. Doing tricks at Dad's hotel, exactly. This is a family business. He makes money, she makes money, it's win-win. This will go badly. I hate going downstairs and any sort of FPSs in this era. They never quite got the whole like climbing ladders thing just right. So you just move the wrong way, you're just falling off the ladder.
These tunnels aren't on the New York City sewer maps. Weird. I have no information on what you might be getting into.
Definitely
It seems worth following up.
Let's try that again. They shoot him with a tranquilizer dart, he'll never be able to hit that alarm panel. They're just gonna be like tranking, like every time they're about to hit the panel, they get hit by a tranquilizer kind of shot or whatever. Just do that over and over and over.
These tunnels aren't on the New York City sewer maps. Weird. I have no information on what you might be getting into. This seems worth following up.
You can do it. Come on, hit the alarm. And he's down. .2006 ammo. Guess that's hazardous. You have the hazmat outfit. Doesn't look that hazardous. I wouldn't want to go swim in it, but as long as you close your mouth and your eyes and any other orifice you might have, you should be fine. Yep. Security grid is now online and active. We'll perform a thorough system check every 12 hours to ensure integrity and exploitation system in Hong Kong. Like to monitor status. Access grid, log on MJ12 and password coup d'etat. Keep pressing up instead of I should level up medical so I can. Medkits would be like actually semi-useful. You know they heal for like 20, which is not exactly the greatest. Screw it, let's do it. So much to heal for now. Double that. Door open up. It was closed and it just like opened back up for no apparent reason. It's hard to tell what direction it's facing. Coronavirus prison. Some great, great AI. Like, seriously, is that seeing me from that distance? What the hell? Some crazy distance from those cameras. Here I thought they gave us a whole bunch of multi-tools. Now I know why they gave us a whole bunch of multi-tools. Should really save. I haven't saved in a while. There should be a. It's a secondary objective. And of course, I'm gonna do all the secondary objectives, get all the points I can, right? Rescue Forge Stick.
This area is an old water treatment facility. I wonder what all the paramilitary types are doing down here. Considering what the smuggler said, I would imagine this is where they're holding his friend, Forge Schick.
Camera ain't moving. What the hell was that sound? Disable all this stuff. There. Proto Watch Dogs, yeah. I mean, you can go in guns blazing, but, you know. Oh, jeez. It's more interesting going in the stealth approach. Try and do like a non-lethal thing on hard difficulty. So that'd be crazy. It's just take this guy on. He didn't have any armor on either. I can see if he was wearing like some like ballistic, like a helmet or something. Yeah. Remember Watch Dogs when they first announced that and looked amazing, and then we got what we got. And people were like, "Oh, this is it." Yeah, well, I mean, Watch Dogs was one of those games that just had too much hype. There's no way it would ever live up to the hype that it had.
This area has an old water treatment facility. I wonder what all these paramilitary types are doing down here. considering what the smuggler said, I would imagine this is where they're holding his friend, Ford Schick.
It's weird how that guy took like 3 hits to bring down. The guy who looks like less of a soldier. Almost looks like a worker. Like the city, yeah. One day I'll have to play. I remember playing it for a little bit and just kind of, you know, moving on to other stuff. But like most of those kind of open world style games, it's just, yeah. I get sidetracked doing all the side stuff and never end up working on the main story. Dude. I love how they can instantly know where you are. I'm shooting a freaking like silent weapon, and he just knows exactly where I shot him from. Like, that's just bullshit. Oh god, yeah. Well, it's like people are all talking about that new Battlefield, the new Battlefield trailer. Like, of course they're going to show you the most amazing stuff in the trailers, and the game's going to be nothing like the trailers. They're basically designed to generate hype, that's it. And you're going to be absolutely disappointed when you actually play the game and it looks nothing like the trailer does, because there's no way in hell it would ever look like what the trailer does. Well, as long as the world feels a little, you know, alive and not just empty, expansive nothingness. Because, of course, most of those big open world games tend to have just randomly generated stuff. Or, you know, well, randomly, like, it's usually, it's not handcrafted. Because it can't be, because or else it would take, like, years to handcraft a world perfectly. This is going to be fun to get to.
Watch out, this one's some kind of mess.
And this AI is pathetic. Like this guy just shot a frickin' sniper rifle. This guy in this room who's like definitely near shot. He's like, I didn't hear nothing.
Definitely something. That's him.
He must have trained. Send me around Stray Sheep Bar with a gift sub to Friendly Tonberry. That's awesome, Stray Sheep Bar. Stray Sheep Bar. Thank you so much for the support. How's it going, friendly John Berry? Helps you through some tough times. Oh, happy to help. I'm here for the love of RPGs, the love of gaming. Get to enjoy some fun. Feel unique, yeah. I mean, a lot of them just end up feeling very similar, which is always the problem with a lot of like open world games in general. Everything looks the same. Password. Any money in the cushions? Cool. No money. But our behavior is unwarranted. New picnic has been moved. Aw, man, I was looking forward to that company picnic. Several attempts to hacking the main dateless. Level 1 lock systems were changed. Anything else we can see here? Yeah, those tranquilizers are nasty. Good thing we upgraded medical, because we're gonna need it. Got the ammo for the guns we'll never use. Already have enough of that type of ammo. There's never enough. There's the law. Law. I am the law. Never use it, but should we take it? It's not like I need this shotgun. Drop this. I am the law. This is a one-time use thing. Silencer, not applicable. Whoops. Pressed the wrong button. I was trying to see if that was a scope. That's not the scope button. Oh yeah, well the Far Cry games were definitely unique when they came out, for sure. Really large open world with like destructible stuff, and I found a rocket launcher. And I was trying to use the scope, and I hit the fire button instead of the use scope button.
Company. Request backup at the one.
God damn, it takes like a million hits to knock these guys out. 8. Far Cry was the first one. It's been a long time since I've played a Far Cry game. Yeah, tranquilizers. I mean, I don't know if on normal difficulty the tranquilizers work a lot faster. Even if I hit them in the head, first of all, they instantly know where you are. Even though you're using a silenced weapon, they know instantly where you are. You could be hiding up there and shooting them like bam, bam, bam as soon as you hit them with the tranq. Like, what the fuck? Somebody shot me like out of nowhere and I got hit with like a tranquilizer dart. First I'd be like, ow. Second of all, I'd be like, where the hell did that come from? Was that a big mosquito that just hit me? I wouldn't instantly think, oh, there he is. And the most annoying part is like even if you stand still, so if you don't actually look at like a neutral object, you don't, your accuracy doesn't like improve. So you have to like literally look at one of these things to improve your accuracy, and then it stays that way. Otherwise, I'm just like, I could open this door and this guy is still going to be hard to target. It's kind of annoying.
Definitely someone. Watch yourself. This one's some kind of mech.
Damn it.
Still in the area.
It's like, mommy. What the hell? Noped it out of there. Where the fuck did he go? Is he going to the alarm panel or something? Maybe up the side of the map. See, damn it, why didn't they put an alarm planner closer? Why does it have to be 3 miles away? Yeah, it's pretty stupid. I can see if you just like ran really quick and then your accuracy takes a little while to kind of get back, but when you're literally standing in place and not staring at something you can shoot.
Definitely someone.
There's nobody here.
Nothing here now.
Right, no picking up the law this time. Don't need it anyways. Gas grenade, scramble grenade, MP. Scramble one do. Medical kits. Rod charger. What? Have enough of that. I guess I might as well use some. Let's get rid of this thing. I don't know why this is like. I need this to be auto selected. Short range polymorphic broadcast assault and command frequencies used by all bots. So it's basically just a EMP. Let's call it an EMP. It's an EMP plus. Let's just have the non-lethal stuff equipped by default here. Friendly. Should get rid of these guys first. Just press down, I go from that to this, so I can stun them, then smack them in the head. Just get smacked by the... Okay.
Oh my god! It's Denton. Remember the briefing.
Okay, can I, like... Wait, that didn't work. I thought like I unleashed one of the shots into him and did nothing because he got smacked by the door at the same time, and it just ignored my my stun. It's really weird. Dream boss. It's dancing to the music, yes. That's how they dance in 2050X. Feels like these doors are reversed. Like they should be opening when they're closing and vice versa. That worked that time. I want to go down there. I do have 2 hazmat suits, but I don't know if that's worth it just for that little... like 1 box. Thank you.
You must be Ford Chick.
Who are you?
Smuggler sent me. Who's holding you here? I don't recognize the uniforms of the soldiers.
I don't know. They're private security for a biotech company or something. They had me doing antibody work.
Corporate security isn't usually outfitted to fight a ground war.
They're doing experiments on people. They don't want anybody finding out.
People. Wait here while I deal with security.
Tell me when the coast is clear.
It's a lot of lower.
Let's get out of here.
Give me a minute, jeez.
Wait here while I deal with security.
I'm reading lore.
Tell me when the coast...
So antsy. Nothing. Pretty sick. Well, enemy of Dodge Gillette. Him and the dancing stick. This guy's gonna be fun, this guy over here, because he's like... Oop. Alright, let's just hit him with one of these. After we settle our aim. Actually, don't I have a new accuracy thing I can throw on this thing? Another accuracy mod. There.
I got a boat. That's him.
These doors are backwards.
Let's get out of here.
Wait here while I deal with security.
Tell me when the coast is clear.
Right about now. How did that guy not get knocked out by that? God damn, these doors suck. Hey, Core. That's going pretty good. Except for some of the AI is weird as shit, but other than that... Going on my no kill run. No kill hard run. Because why not? Alright, should be clear now.
Let's get out of here!
Wait here while I deal with security.
Tell me when the coast is clear.
I guess we didn't clear out the other side of this area. Clear out this chunk here, but... Every time I go up to a door, it closes in my face. Okay, what the hell? Well, I mean, that's kind of normal, I guess. I mean, this is still fairly early, especially like a stealth kind of game. Yeah, I guess I never turned off that camera. Which has like a viewing range of like 1,000,000 feet. Is that thing? Can I reach it? Without falling into the goo of death? Oh, trust. Oh yeah, people love it because even with its flaws, right? It was definitely one of the earlier kind of approach or multiple approaches style kind of game. You had stuff like the System Shock games, but napalm. All right, this isn't icky fluid. It's hard to tell what's like what's toxic and what isn't. Yeah. Yeah, it's the perfect thing when you're going for like a no-kill thing. Is this toxic? This is probably toxic. No? Lamb. There's no indication when something's toxic or not. Click, click. I'll take it. Yeah, it'd be nice to have System Shock games on consoles. This would definitely get added to RPG Quest instantly. Seriously, doors, what the hell? Whoever programmed the automatic doors should be shot. Just never went to the opposite side of this place. Let's clear this area out first. My last save, this one. I accidentally hit save again. In CompUSA many years ago, with some wheel setup. So you spin it and you won System Shock, oh yeah. That's pretty cool. Oh, it's the one. didn't realize there was a minigun in there. Hello there, Mr. Minigun. Seems safe. So it's down here. Robinson's Requiem. I don't remember, like, I think I tried the original System Shock, but I didn't get too far into that one. But System Shock 2, that one was an amazing game. Okay, well, at this point, it's all lasers, so it's probably safe to unlock this, or probably safe to tell that guy to, like, book it. I'm trying to pick it up, it's not working. Not letting me. This is a Metal Gear Solid game and I had to smoke some cigarettes to get through that. This game's like, nah. Let's not force people to smoke. Smoking is bad. You have Robinsons in 3DO. I'm sure it's gotta be amazing. Hardcore sci-fi survival sim where everything makes you sick. Gives you gangrene, makes you die. Ugh, gotta love those ones. Alright, should be more or less open now.
Wait here, well.
Tell me when.
Alright, let's go get rid of that. Let's go turn off that security system. God damn it, these doors. Seriously. Open. Thank you. It's so fun. To find water, but it has to be the right water. You can't just drink distilled water because it has no salt and you'll still die of thirst. Wow. That sounds kind of bullshit. You can't just get a salt lick or something. No, you gotta have just the right amount of salt in your... Yeah, desalinated water. Definitely sounds like an extreme survival game. Okay, well, what the hell did that turn off? Turn off those ones. Hey, seriously. What did that turn off? Is that the same thing as what this thing just did? Don't mind me. Stealthier on the Bone Washer with the 2 months. Thank you so much for continuing to support Bone Washer. How's it going this fine evening? The stream user you're currently following is playing it. It sounds like a very brutal game. Thank God it's not an RPG. I wouldn't like those kind of games where you just have to like just do everything right to survive, just to survive. Medkit. Alright, now all the stuff is disabled, so... The medkit, I'll take it. City Pizza, time to go into lurk mode and start streaming Cozy Couch. It sounds wonderful. Pizza. I had pizza today too. Too much pizza.
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here.
Make a break for it. I'll protect you.
Here I go.
And he's dead. Run! And I've lost them. Goddamn doors. Son of a... Alright, all you have to do is get up to here.
Thanks. If you see Smuggler, tell him I'm alright.
I wasted all that stuff over there, whatever. G502 mouse buttons will fail within 6 months, really? Logitech, I usually had pretty good luck with Logitech stuff, but... shouldn't just get a bad one. I mean, it does happen where you might get a bad unit. I mean, don't they have like a year warranty? They'll probably replace it for you for free. Let's go this way. Oh yeah. Good to know. $50,000 click buttons being questionable quality. You only tested it for 40,000 clicks. These bastards. Alright, we're back out here. Okay, so we're done with secondary goals, so let's go back to the warehouse, I guess. Really hate the drift I have. It's fine as long as I turn the controller. Otherwise it just like drifts like very slowly behind. Alright, we want to go south.
I need a vacation.
This way. Is your Basilisk version 2? I just need a mouse that, you know, works as a mouse. I don't need a gaming mouse. I don't need a mouse that has like 20 buttons and like little weights you throw in there. As long as it points at things, it's good.
Well, I'm glad they made it.
This goes back to the sewer. That's fine. It's faster than going through the the hotel. I might as well go see this guy. So he saved his buddy.
I got your friend out.
Ford, is he all right?
Nah, he's dead.
You were right about those troops. Definitely not NSF.
They're the CIA. They capture people and use them for medical experiments.
I wouldn't go that far. You said you'd make it worth my while.
Since you helped Ford, I'll cut you a deal. I'll give you a scope that will fit most handguns and rifles for 700 credits, a bioelectric cell for 250, or some light amplification goggles for 1125.
Yeah, I'll take the scope.
I'll take the scope for 700.
Deal.
See you
Put
later.
that onto my
Hey, and thanks again for finding Ford.
my mini crossbow. There we go. It's like I'm drunk. The worst part is this isn't even like perfect. You still have the accuracy thing, you have to wait. So just still have to wait for this thing. I mean, odds are if it's in your sights you're gonna hit it, unless it's like really far away. Hey horse, how's it going? I have the cyborg. I need more. I need more amps. Need some sweet amps. Some augs. I wonder what the next one they're gonna give us is. It's a good thing these guys stay unconscious forever. Let's go to the entrance that we can't enter. Yes, the glass should be destructible. I guess just not destructible with like this thing. I'll use a shotgun. Bing, bing. That works. Eternal ashes? You know it. Deus Ex. A lot of lasers. Bypass rank 2. Exploration bonus. It's a random spot for some rockets just sitting on the ground. But here, you might need these. I mean, the levels are apparently shorter, like they're smaller, you know, to make it work on the PS2. Control-wise, it works quite well, considering it's a very early game, you know, 2002, where obviously FPS controls haven't really been standardized yet. This one uses what we're used to nowadays for controls, where the left analog stick strafes and moves forward and backwards, right analog stick looks around. So, yeah, I mean, we're super used to these kind of controls nowadays. When this game came out, obviously, control scheme would have been confusing for people, because, you know, PS2 FPS, like console FPSs were still a fairly new thing. And so controls were just completely, like every game had completely different control schemes, so... Elevator. Yeah, there's a lot of loading, but I mean, only between areas. I mean, odds are you're not going to be doing that much loading unless you're constantly traveling from area to area.
Heads up, JC. I'm sending you a satellite image. We've got NSF troops on the rooftops.
That doesn't help me.
Thought I saw some guy at the table.
My no-kill streak has ended. My last save. Something this game seriously needs is autosaves. Red Faction. The Red Faction was pretty cool, being able to destroy everything. But when did Red Faction come out, though? Wow, all the way back here. Well, what did we get here? We got like a med kit. We wasted a whole bunch of stuff because we didn't even need to go here, so... Let's go free Mr. Dude here. 2001 that early? Wow. Pretty impressive for 2001. God damn these doors. They keep slamming shut in my face. It's like they're all reversed so that they close as you walk up in them instead of open.
Make a... Here.
Nice to see the door AI still works great. Alright, I'm coming. Alright.
I can make it from here. Thanks. If you see Smuggler, tell him I'm all right.
Will do. So I'm gonna make sure I save before I go back to that place. That's one thing this game's really lacks is autosave. They really need an autosave slot whenever you load an area.
Well, I'm glad they made it.
Myers hustle. Yep. Shoot through walls? That's cheating.
I got your friend.
4.
Fine.
They're the...
I wouldn't.
Since you...
I'll
deal.
See you later.
Hey.
No problem.
Eternal Ashes, the gifts of the core. That's awesome, Eternal Ashes. Thanks for the support. 14 months for core. The thank button is back. They brought it back. It's awesome. Or if it's back on mobile. Easier to press the button. Alright, this time I'm going to save before I go into that place. I'm going to try going... because you can go up or down. I'm assuming the roof is like... actually, can we climb to the roof from here, or is that just an alternate entrance? No, because that'd be the easy entrance by going through the basement. So I can't see that being the... Yeah, there's no roof entrance. You can go through the front door, which is like... the worst idea. Let's try it anyways. Didn't see me.
Something moved. Could be the law.
It's the first thing I would assume. The law. It's not a rat. No, it's the law.
I guess it's nothing.
You guessed right.
That's him. He's a cop. God damn.
In the ass. Alright, so we can use our strength thing, move these guys out of the way. Is that a melee weapon you have? No, it's one that you have, I mean, it's like a cop thing. It's good to knock out enemies without killing them. You can one-shot them if you hit them from the back, but if you hit them from the back and they're not aware of you... Oh, god damn it. Let's just go back to the basement. This is the other way down to the basement. This one needs 2 keys. That's one way we can go. Or if we get another exploration bonus by going down here. More wizardry in dungeon floor. That's just single tile rooms surrounded by doors, one-way doors. Oh god, yeah, that part sucks. Yeah, that one's a real pain. You have to. There's only like one set of teleporters that goes to the right place, and so we get another bonus by coming in up here, so... I see a... what is that? Get it. There. Yeah, might as well go this way. The secret up there, I just know it. God damn it, doors. What the hell? And I get the augmentation that makes doors not slam in my face. Can I go down? Nope. Damn it. I want to go down. I want to see if there's a lower basement. In Gaiden 3. No, I definitely didn't do that one. Be interesting to check out. Oh yeah, there's tons of secret areas. You want to explore everything because you get bonus points for visiting secret areas. You also, of course, get whatever treasure is in those areas. I think I want to try to find more augmentations and... like, well, it's basically the main thing is augmentations. Alright. Just had to make sure. Gaiden 4. How many Gaidens was there? Doesn't even sound like wizardry at all at that point. 7. Jesus. They're popping those things out left, right, and center, weren't they?
Heads up, JC. I'm sending you a satellite image. We've got NSF troops on the rooftops.
The rooftops? Wait for that transmission to end so I can actually save. Son of a bitch. How rude. Praise be to save's coming. As long as you remember to save. Guess we gotta kick that guy's ass first. Gotta love ladders.
They found us.
Well, that's not fair.
I'm gonna get this pig.
Hello? God damn it. Not so unfair. Where's my scope that I could like stick above the wall so I can see if there's anybody there?
Uh-oh, pig.
Fuck. Hey, Mr. King. How's it going? Yep. U6. U6. Nope. That hurt. Lost Kingdom. Yeah, I figured you would. Well, Mega Man Battle Network is also coming out like 5 games after the fast forward, so Mega Man Battle Network 2 is like the closest game to the fast forward. Suikoden 3 is like 20 games away. But yeah, Mega Man Battle Network 2, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take a little while, obviously, to get Suikoden 3, but it'll be played fairly soon. Well, generally, yes. Like, I usually knock out any games that are 10 games away from the fast forward, so they don't show up. Problem is, in this case here, I had a Mega Man Battle Network on the DS show up, so I had to replace it with the closest one that hasn't been unplayed, which happened to be Mega Man Battle Network 2, which of course, in this case, happens to be 5 games away. So, you know, what do I do at that point, right? Do I replace the Mega Man Battle Network 3? Well, I can't, because I haven't played 2 yet. Let me look at it. It's kind of like a tricky situation for that one. Yeah, Motor Shell was definitely by far the the most modern one. You know, it's less than a year old. It's kind of neat seeing an actual like modern game fast forward. Ultra modern game. Backdoor key. This glass isn't like friggin' plexiglass here. Is this the back door, the one I just found a key for? Seems like a one-way trip. I hate ladders. We'll finish exploring up here. And if I wasn't going for non-lethal, it's a really good sniper spot right now. I can snipe him with some tranquilizer darts, I guess. We have a scope. Fuck. I guess using the scope will also like reduce your shot thing. As long as you're either targeting something or using the scope, your accuracy will narrow down. Otherwise, until you target something, it doesn't zoom in or doesn't concentrate. Here, buddy. I know you're gonna be coming back this way. You'll instantly know who shot you from where. I wonder if it's like this on normal. Like, if you shoot somebody who's not aware of your presence, do they instantly know where you are, where you shot them from? If you're using like a silenced weapon? These guys, like, you hit them from like yards away and they're not aware that you're there, and they instantly know to start shooting at you. Is that guy not coming? Any day now. How am I hitting? Am I hitting the edge of that? Try to throw a can to distract these, and always walk towards where I threw it from. Yeah. So stupid, right? Like, what's the point? Dead body? What? Is there a dead body? How did he die? I didn't kill him. Or is he already there? I ruined my perfect streak. Should reload. Lamb. Nothing up here. No, there's no way I could have jumped in there. There's a roof on that thing. Something smokes.
Stay cool. The guy's still around. Anybody see him?
Nope. Nobody saw him. These guys don't seem to hear like broken glass either. Smash a window like 5 feet away from them, they ignore it. Guess we're not going back that way. Use him as a bridge. Peekaboo.
Got an intruder. Nothing. I guess we're safe. I saw somebody.
Seems safe.
Who was that? I didn't see a uniform. Forget it. I was hearing things. Quiet. Take him out.
It takes an awful long time to reload. He's fine. He's unconscious. Alright, let's reload. I'm really curious about that dead one if I end up killing it somehow accidentally. Maybe one dude shot himself. He was like on a roof and he fell to his death. Don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move.
They found us.
Faster. Just had to move. It's like the most useless ballistic armor ever. Good for like not even 1 minute. House of Pain, the Ultimate Gentleman's Club. I don't know where we're going tonight. I wonder if they let us make that jump. I'm betting invisible wall. No? Still gonna know exactly where we're shooting from. Yes, there's no corpse down there, so. And that guy knows where we are, like. Or at least he's aggroed, I don't know. I don't think he knows where we are. Are we out of range here? Yeah, nope. damn it. Your location bonus. There. Still not dead. I don't know where that other dead body came from. Never. Up there. Is there a ladder to get? Oh, no. So many different directions to go here. Could explore everything. Good to have like one of those. I mean, I'm never gonna use the shotgun, probably. Just in case we come across some mechs or something. Oh, this might be better against robots. So we can carry like one law. Come on, get up the ladder. We got nothing. Alright. Let's clear out this place. Make a save. I'll trust that elevator to not start moving as soon as I go in there. God damn it, door. What the hell? God damn it. Freaking ladders. Ladders are the worst enemy in these kind of FPS games. Games really had a hard time kind of settling on a way to making ladders work well. It's so easy just to slip right off the side of them. What's more impressive is that you're able to climb a ladder while wielding a double-handed weapon. More arms. God damn it. It's freaking ladders, man. Yeah, shouldn't you have some cybernetic legs that can absorb the impact of ladders? Like, I accidentally walked to the top edge of the ladder and felt my death. Like, you're supposed to climb down that ladder. Like, how do you like just stay on the ladder? No, as soon as you pull away from it, you're like, oh, let me just jump off the side. No, I wanted to grab onto the ladder. You gotta like crouch and then just like barely inch away, so you just go over the edge, but you're not far enough away from the ladder to let go of it, or just run into it like this here, and then just make sure I don't go side to side too much. Otherwise, I'm just gonna slide off the sides. Jeez, freaking nightmare, man. Something up top, is there? Come on. Get down. Get in the frickin'... Why can't I get in the hole? Thank you. This looks like a transition hallway. Maybe? Yeah. Save after the transition.
for the building with the antennas.
Doggos. I can sneak up on doggos. Oh, he did. Try to knock him unconscious, not my fault. Or if they're gonna see the carcass. So I can be like, ah, there's nothing. Oh, he doesn't seem to give a damn. No alarms.
I got this one.
God damn.
What am I even looking at there? Is that a dog? No, stop charging that type of thing. It's so annoying that you can't stop charging something, like you can't like cancel reloads. It's like, I want to switch weapons. No, you're charging this thing. You're changing ammo. No, just drop it and try to zap a dog, and it failed miserably. I got stuck in the friggin' reloading animation for that prod.
Look for the building with the antennas.
I'm really curious if I can, like, this also makes a carcass. Yeah, so you can't tranquilize dogs. They just die. So might as well just not waste your tranquilizers on them. Pull out my silenced pistol, I guess, for the doggies. Yeah, I tried tranquilizing them. Game's like, nah, not allowed. Stealth pistol.
Look for the building with the antennas.
Sorry, pupper. Didn't want to murder you. It's just the game forced me, I swear. Trying to see what the range is on this thing. I know, right? I should be ashamed. I need a silencer for my my sniper rifle. Knowing this AI, it probably wouldn't even realize I'm shooting. Hey, Basil, how's it going? Land whale.
Look for the building with the antennas.
Charges up now. I got stuck trying to charge it in the middle of combat here. Wait like a minute for this thing to slowly increase. I mean, hitting it. You guys are God, nothing wrong. This is normal. The dogs just collapse all the time. Playing Nocturne Super Robot Wars T, nice. How's the Super Robot Wars game? I'm assuming you're playing the Nocturne remaster too. Where'd the guy who got tranquilized?
Yeah, that's him. He's a cop.
Because I tranquilized one of them and the other guy got suspicious after his buddy just collapsed in front of him. No kill runs kicking me in the ass, yeah, I know, right? See, the doggy's not dead. There's no blood. Just ignore the fact that it says carcass. So playing through the God Eater Resurrection in the first half of the game, I do have God Eater Resurrection. I had the God Eater 2 that came with the download code. So that one is going to be one of the small exceptions. If God Eater ever comes up with a fast forward, Resurrection will be one of those games that I would play, even though it's not on my main list since it's only been released digitally. Also have the Fire Emblem, the original Fire Emblem there. They re-released on Switch. Playing Nocturne, the remake of Nocturne, nice. Yeah, it's a challenge. I'm playing on hard and I'm playing no kill run because exactly challenge. Yeah, I've technically played this before on the PC back in the day. better not be able to jump down here. Just in case. Nope, I'm trying to go down. God damn it. Yes, it does. This sort of thief. There's a lot of sneaking in this one. I mean, you can go a guns blazing way, of course, but you get to find a lot more hidden stuff if you're going for the stealth approach, since you're naturally going to be just sneaking around, you know, non-standard areas. And guards in video games heal up way too fast, by the way. Oh, exactly, yeah. It's pretty much have to be OCD in these. Because you don't want to miss anything, right? You don't want to miss, like, some augmentations or whatever. That'd be the worst thing, missing an augmentation. So the link is still intermittent at best. So I can track down the source of the problem, establish a secure online communications channel for you over a nice net. Encrypted and looks like a normal public traffic open to any network sniffers. Should do until the uplink has been fixed. T phrase and belly bulge. This nice water or bad water? Curious to see how much this thing helps. It's a completely different area. Or the insecure passwords. At least the password isn't password. Color work to your email password is password 1. That's great. Should at least be password 1, 2, 3, 4. Be a little harder to guess. I don't think we're gonna make it. I guess this was a one-way thing from in the opposite direction. I should find the entrance to this just so we can get that bonus exploration bonus. I'm gonna try his assword. The problem with assword is it's 7 characters. Usually most passwords need 8 characters. So assword 1 would work though. Wordy. Password P. There's the generator. The secrets in the female bathroom. And what's with all these stalls with like open doors? Imagine taking a dump here. Somebody just walks in, like hi. What tampons? Hey, it would help stop the bleeding. Why not? One whole health bar, yeah. Briefcase. Damn it. These guys gave it way too easily.
I heard something.
Shit. Everybody else is like, I heard shooting, but I'm on my break.
Stay cool. I'm still around. I got this.
New Windows update added moon cycle. Set temperature and rain broadcast to your taskbar. For some reason you like it. Nerd. Alright. It's cute. Windows wants to be a phone. God damn it.
I'm gonna get this pig. I'm hit. I'm hit.
Yeah, it's the first Deus Ex. This is the PlayStation 2 port of it, but still the original. Got him. Alright, I don't think we raised an alarm. Okay, new guard. It ain't easy, I'll tell you that. There's no RPG elements, but I still have to play because it's part of the series. I can't skip part of the series. Burp. Eat some soy food. Of course it's terrible, but I have to play it.
I swear I heard something. Fascist. 30 credits says I get it.
Where'd he go?
God damn.
I'm gonna have to raise my medical thing again at this rate. Jesus. Own original Xbox? Yes, I do. Original Xbox, Xbox 360. That's about as far as my Xbox console lineup goes. But I do have an Xbox, so it's probably playing Morrowind on, just coming up very shortly. Somebody's moving around real fast. It's invisible. Yeah, it's gonna be
Someone there?
Gonna be a lot of tactical RPGs back to back there.
Careful. These UNATCO guys got all the tricks. I'm gonna get this pig. I got this.
Nope, stop charging. How else would you play Minecraft in highest resolution? Now, Minecraft Dungeons, yeah, I have one on my list as an RPG. Legacy go ahead and go turn. Maybe. Get the login. I guess we didn't pick it up. I guess we reloaded and didn't pick it up again. Shut down generator cooling systems. Not done exploring.
Good job, JC. The power just died at the NSF headquarters. Now
I think we would have gotten a little bit hurt.
a chopper is arriving with Agent Herman on
Standing like literally 2 feet away.
while you take the chopper back to HQ.
I think we've got an intruder. God
Predator is pretty good. The intro video is pretty damn awesome. That would unlock this thing. 3 lockpicks for it. We're gonna blow it up with a grenade or something. That's one of these guys drops. There's a grenade right there. 2 of them, in fact. This overall fight music. Should have jammed it in. Nope. I will not. This doesn't blow up whatever's inside. I want to bring this guy out of the danger zone now. Nice. Augmentation. How do we get? Speed enhancement or run silent? I'm pretty sure I'm going to be taking run silent here. Let's double check. Stunning while moving slightly reduced. Because that's one of the most annoying things, trying to sneak up behind somebody, but then you have to be crouching, you have to stand up to knock them on the head. Jumping. That probably would let us get to places we wouldn't normally be able to get, though. We'll go with run silent. Game quests would be weirdly easy and hard at the same time, playing every console released fighting game. I don't know. Question is, like, what would you consider beating it? Just like playing through the story mode? Because generally, yeah, that'd probably be relatively easy. Especially, you know, if you're doing that kind of quest, you're probably decent at fighting games. There's probably like 300 different variations of Street Fighter. Damn it. Excuse me, Mr. Helicopter, you just killed this guy. Ruining my perfect no-kill run.
Mandoli has assigned me the peacekeeping occupation of this district.
I took care of the generator. How's the raid going?
They should have sent Agent Navarre. Your brother is timid like a child.
Did something go wrong?
You do not need to hear anything from me. Take the helicopter back to base. I am sure Mandoli has planned a debriefing for the top agents. I do not need assistance.
Do you not know?
Last boarding call, UNATCO HQ.
Hey, you're the guy I talked to at the Underworld bar, right? The one asking for beer.
You don't want to fly one of these birds all wound up. They have a temperament, especially in a crosswind.
It'd be funny if you just you suddenly get a game over because you got the pilot drunk. Like, well, I guess we're restarting this game.
Let's go.
$950. I don't know if there'd be that many. Jason Statham. Does he? I mean, there's almost a little bit over 950 RPGs, so I'm sure RPGs is definitely way more of those than fighting games on average. Figured this stuff would respawn. It's locked. Good code though. We do. Sweet. What depends what you mean by fighting games. I mean, I don't know about extremely common. Like, how many would there be on the SNES? Like a dozen? Isn't that many? Like, depends what you mean by fighting. Like, are you talking about just, you know, like the kind of the arena fighting games, where you're just fighting one-on-one versus like an enemy, or are you talking about just standard, you know, action games?
Mr. Denton.
Yeah?
Scout robot?
The prisoners on level 3 are a sensitive matter. Leave the interrogations to Mr. Simons. You are authorized to receive your orders from Joseph Mandoli, after which you will return to the helipad.
Simons. You guys from DC? What agency?
Please proceed to Mandoli's office. We will expect to see you shortly.
Yeah. If somebody was crazy enough to do a sports games challenge.
Do not question the prisoners yourself.
Gee, I wonder what we're supposed to do.
We will be waiting.
Smash Bros. Is the fighting game, Double Dragon is not. Still don't think there'd be that many fighting games. Let's take a quick look at Moby Games. Moby Games would be an easy way of just... Moby Games. Assuming we have a fighting game genre, which they probably do. Genre... Be under action. Primitive Flash game. That would be very not Twitch safe. Played every Flash game. Fighting. If you go to Moby Games and just put in like action fighting games, which of course probably includes games that were released on multiple consoles. It's like 1,893 games. Compare that to RPGs, which again this is like on like every system, which whatever Moby Games list is fighting, and of course every language. RPGs is 6,512. And that's including PC and stuff, because I didn't like take away PC there. So yeah, there's way more RPGs. There's like 5-6 times as many RPGs there as fighting games. If you don't count duplicates on multiple systems or ones that were released only on like PC and that, you're probably looking 500-ish max. That's assuming you're including the Japanese releases and all this stuff. Stuff that was multiple languages.
Your mission was a success. Just about the only bright side of the operation, unfortunately. Report to Manderley for a briefing.
Don't worry about what the guys are saying about Hell's Kitchen.
Sort of game. Against Protocol? Meh. Probably get docked points here. God, yeah. It's so long, such a long way to go. I should have. No email today. I mean, that was totally worth it. Yes, no email today.
That's against protocol, Agent.
I'm sorry. Yeah, considering right now we're still in the early PS2 era, but considering we're almost at, by the time we finish the PS2 era, we'll probably be at 12,000 hours easily. All the Breath of Fire games are long done. The only Breath of Fire game left now is Breath of Fire 5. I'm playing the games chronologically, for the most part, except for the fast forward games, so at this point I've played everything on anything prior to the PS2 era, anything prior to 2002 has been beaten. So, Dragon Quarter is the only one that hasn't been touched yet. Year anniversary of SNES, Nintendo released a new game port. Nintendo doesn't give a damn. They'd rather resell you the same game at a full price, but only when they feel like it.
Manderley said he's busy, but to wait outside his office.
Nintendo basically wants to be Disney. That's what it is, right? They want to put things in the vault and then not sell them for like a decade or more, and then sell it again at like full retail price. That's basically what they're going for. That's why they're so against like ROMs, even though there's no legitimate way of getting these games, because Nintendo wants to resell to you later on. That's all. It's the only reason. So you can't get them now, but it's like, oh, we heard people really want this. There, let's bring it out now. Candy Extreme, yeah, I hear good things about that game. Really good things. Luckily everything stays open, so you can restock on all this shit.
Just filling out a report on the mop-up operation.
Yeah, Grenadier 3. I never tried number 3. I hear it's okay, but it's not, you know, not the best in any way. Nothing. 3 grandpa remembers. Price of $100. Grandpa remember Barrow 3 too. No, that Pizza Hut coupons. Well, pretty much. Oh, did I unlock this? Looks like grenades. Use a lamb to break through this. Some sort of play some of the slugs there. Millennium Magazine. The future of business. Bob Page. Will Aquinas change the world? Express debate. World of unlimited bandwidth. World terrorism.
I heard about the raid. Don't sweat it. I'm sure Paul had his reasons. Don't listen to what they're saying about the shootout in the park and Hell's Kitchen. You had other priorities.
What? There's a shootout in the park? Did I miss a...
Those jerks from Washington think they own the place.
So you didn't do the shootout in the park, therefore you're docked 1,000,000 points. Game over, man. Game over. Yeah, SNES was my last Nintendo console, like, as a kid, until, like, the Switch. I picked up a Wii, but barely touched it. And, well, my Switch I haven't used that much, but, yeah. Never had an N64, never had a, well, I had a GameCube, but only, like, way later and just, again, never really used it.
Carry on, Agent.
You're not gonna give us a show this time, Shannon? Horse Moon, which is awful on it. Final Fantasy, which is not make it out. Or the, oh, you mean, well, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, I guess?
Long night, huh?
Yeah, it's me. How's it going? It's not going to the women's bathroom this time. I want to get docked points again. Not know the code for this. Yeah, this game definitely reminds me a lot of Duke Nukem. It's tempting to go in there. What's his face? There'd be something in here. That was not worth it.
I took a few hits tonight. The doc had to operate.
We'll get well soon, soldier.
Yes, sir. I will.
Deus Exes. Deus Exes. Alright, somebody's got the plague.
Looks pretty bad down here.
Keeps getting worse, too. It must be raining bullets out there.
The NSF aren't getting around. How you holding up?
Fine. I lost one of the privates because a refrigeration unit went down. That's always hard.
You've got
yeah, full radiance is okay.
Don't beat yourself up over faulty equipment.
I don't remember much about it at this point, but because I've never been a big fan of like the Western style RPGs. And Fortified for a game like that means it was pretty good.
Thanks for talking to my friend. He admires you.
He's part of the JC Denton fan club. I hate when I get stuck on things. Guess when I'm going through here.
They still have some terrorists downstairs.
Hey Sam, got anything new for me?
Agent Denton, marvelous. In addition to an accuracy weapon modification, I've got a couple of multi-tools.
Fantastic.
Carter, can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
I'm getting the impression that UNATCO is focused more on military operations than law enforcement.
The focus has shifted lately, I agree.
The only way Anna would have been satisfied is if I'd executed every terrorist in Castle Clinton. The standing order seems to be shoot to kill.
Direct intervention is always part of the game. In my day, we were just more civilized about it.
Civilized. That's the word. I guess I was expecting a little more class from the world's anti-terrorist organization.
We just have to strike a balance. Why don't I throw in an extra clip with those multi-tools? I trust you will be able to judge when one or the other is appropriate for achieving mission objectives.
I can't carry anything else right now. Hold on.
Not much your clip. Accuracy goes to the On this thing. Almost maxed it out.
Ready to load up?
I can't carry anything up.
Something to aim at. Still takes a while to get accurate with it. Then again, I only have 1 point in pistols right now, so... You drop couch co-op or online only? Yeah, that's kind of annoying.
Ready to load up?
I can't.
I think it'd be relatively easier for them to add couch co-op.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent.
Why not? It's fine.
Says only senior staff members can interview the prisoners.
It's fine. Hello? Like I can do anything anyways. I can't get in. You know what needs to be done? Bomb-proof. This guy seemed totally nonplussed about it. It's like, this is nothing. How's it going? Thanks to the host. How was the anime? How's Deus Ex? Taking it slowly but surely. I'm making some good progress. Trying to do like a stealth no kill on hard mode because I'm crazy. What was it called? Tenchi Muyo Gamehen. The anime is very enjoyable. That's very good. This game's a lot less anime. Everybody's telling me like I shouldn't talk to these prisoners, but I can't talk to them if I wanted to. How do I talk to them? Opens the door.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent. Manderley says only senior staff members can interview the prisoners.
Fine.
I won't say anything, but I think you should go.
Yeah, the music in this And the bass is
what the feds are doing down in the cell block.
It's definitely one of the better songs. Music in this is it's pretty good overall. It's very ambient. So it's not in your face, but it's perfect for this kind of game. Alright, we can revisit our new email. Congrats on surviving the first mission, JC. I know it's all part of the job, but I'm glad to see you back in one piece, more or less. Anyways, you get this message for... This is from J. Rays. Who's J. Rays again? Get a chance to see your person, then get your ass down so I can patch you up. Oh, the doctor. By the way, here are a few things from up top, and I get the impression that they were definitely taking advantage of... I hate when it just scrolls up by a huge chunk. I'm like, where did it leave off? Manage the NSF attack to evaluate your performance. So far, everyone seems to be ecstatic. Everyone except for Gunther. He's got his own problems. Keep it up and keep an eye out too. Paul Denton, my bro. Manuel's computer. Password is Night Killer. We're gonna Navares, I don't have our password. I went through your computer. There was some emails, but I didn't really... It's kind of hard to read things when you have a very low lockout timer. UNATCO, yep. Tactical RPG, yep. Then for his harem RPGs, not really. Sorry, I didn't realize you were there. I was just trying to see if there's anything down here. I'm like, oh, there's a leg.
I was here first. Mr. Manderley is in a meeting, JC. You'll have to wait.
I was told to report for a debriefing.
A debriefing. Do not worry. I will state in my report that I was satisfied with your performance. You'll have to wait a minute. Mr. Manderley is busy.
I thought she was the one standing next to the desk. I'm like trying to see if there's anything behind her desk. It's like, oh, here's a leg. Accidental upskirt.
I'm trying to work. Be quiet. I'm trying to listen.
What are you trying to listen?
A bureaucrat from Washington. See if he asks for any of our opinions. A little more decorum, please. Wait in line.
No.
Be quiet.
Just fire the arrogant son of a bitch.
I wasn't exaggerating. He's our best agent.
We don't need him. We've got his brother, and more are on the way.
He knows nothing.
I think he does. You should never have sent him to Hong Kong.
Let's be sensible. We have to look at the whole record.
Look, I understand. He was your pet project, but it's out of my hands. Now that the shipment's... lost?
I know. I will comply with the order.
That's all I ask. Carry on. I'm going downstairs to interrogate the prisoners.
Crap, I think he saw us.
I cannot wait forever. He will see you when he's ready.
Carry on, Agent.
You didn't see me.
Agent Denton, at your service.
Denton. Yes, I hear you're turning out to be quite an asset to the Coalition.
Doing my best, sir. Forgive me, but I do not believe I know your name.
We aren't ready for an introduction yet. No, it's not time. Just keep your nose to the pavement. You'll be well rewarded. Trust me.
This guy totally looks like the Punisher.
I am next.
Oh, I'm next.
Hello, JC. Come in. Clerical task first. Your op bonus is split between the Castle Clinton and warehouse objectives, 500 each. You get the full 1,000 plus 200 for how you handle the hostage situation in the Battery Park subway station. Good work across the board.
Thank you, sir. Who was that you were meeting with?
Politics, bureaucracy, mismanagement. JC, I've got some bad news. The mission failed.
What?
I would have taken out that JoJo punk, but he wasn't even in the warehouse.
I forgot about JoJo.
Never mind that. He slipped out before you even got to New York.
What about the shipment?
He wasn't even in my, like,
straight, JC. Your
my mission.
We got nothing, and he's taking the heat this time. The Coalition is letting him go.
What went wrong?
We don't know. He hasn't reported back. The rest of the strike force says he lost his nerve.
I think he was trying to avoid casualties. In Hell's Kitchen, instead of clips for the troops, he was issuing tear gas.
Whatever the case, now it's your turn. We've got one more chance to retake that shipment.
Has it been located?
Take the chopper back to the city. We know they plan to put the Ambrosia on a plane, but we don't know which airfield.
Where should I start?
If I were the NSF, I'd be moving it through the subways.
It's a good thing you're not the NSF.
The infrastructure.
I'll check out the subways.
And stay away from the press this time, especially the tabloids. Do I need to quote the manual? Secrets are lives?
Yes, sir.
I have been waiting for 20 minutes.
Sorry, Anna. What is it?
Did he even give us 1,200? Because he said to give us 1,200 points, and last time the same thing happened. I guess you get the points when you actually finish the mission. You don't actually get the points at the end of the mission, because he makes it sound like he's giving you the points now, but you actually get them when you finish those objectives. Like I know we got 500 points when we blew up the reactor, for example. No, he's supposed to give us these points for the skills. Like that's basically what he's given us, or supposedly given us. But he's already given, like we already got those as soon as we finished the objective. We got those points. We didn't get the points like now. Like he's making it sound like he's giving it to us now, even though we already had them. Last time the same thing happened. I'm like, where's my points? He just said we had. No. Yeah, there's the whole JoJo thing. I forgot about that. It wasn't in my mission objectives. I noticed. That's why I forgot about it. Hopefully, I didn't miss any augmentations or anything there.
Why? Is Agent Denton?
He completed his objective, but our tactics are incompatible.
In other words, he didn't kill everything in sight.
He could have made a more thorough search for NSF targets, yes.
Our pilot Jock is waiting for you at the helipad. Let's not be hasty. He will improve.
That's what you said about his brother.
Let me say this once. That's a sore spot, and you know it.
You should have listened to me.
Aha. End of meeting. You have a lot to teach, JC. That's why you're his partner.
Nevertheless, I will submit my concerns in writing to Walton Simons, as I did regarding Paul.
If you see your brother, send him my way. He didn't report back.
She doesn't like the fact that I did the non-lethal approach.
You have your orders from Mr. Mann.
How dare he go in there and not kill everything?
Carter and Reyes. You have your orders.
Mind me. Medium close observation, Denton. There you go, Grim. Later today.
Let me get back to work.
So I could add some additional points if I didn't forget about that JoJo thing. Yeah, apparently. She wants us just to gun everything down. She probably wants us to kill all the civilians too, just for the hell of it. I'm going for non-lethal, thank you. have played Human Revolution, yes. I think I played Mankind Divided, but
Hope this one turns out a little better.
I think I platinumed Human Revolution, if I remember correctly. Great series of games. I did play this one back on PC way back in the day. Not that I remember much about it, but like, I know there's some differences in the PS2 and the PC version, but I would not be able to remember what the differences would be. It's not fresh in my memory at all.
Your chopper's ready, Agent.
What chopper? Get to the chopper!
They've got some kind of specialist from Washington downstairs. Somebody to interrogate the prisoners.
You may use the
It's a
helicopter,
living.
Mr. Denton. Simons appreciates your respect for his interrogation of the prisoners.
Gunther's full of it. Earlier tonight, in the statue, I bet you had at least half a dozen takedowns. At least.
I should go back and...
Good luck out there.
I guess that government dude was talking to the prisoners now. Which is weird that you have to go through like Navarre's office. Just like you have to go through the medical center to get to like I don't know, some sort of top secret part of the
Hope this one turns out a little better.
of the third floor. Makes no sense. Especially that's like a PS2 thing. They shrunk it down. Layout makes no sense now.
You have your orders from Mr. Manderley. Get moving.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent.
Oh, it's not here.
I have one question.
They already asked. I don't know.
One must admire a man who can keep a secret because he has value. What you know more than others makes money and gives you a measure of power.
You Walton Simons, you think I could be bribed?
Margaret Forsyth under NSF protection in Queens. Your son Richard attending Bronx Science. You see, I have a few relevant facts myself. Care to make a trade?
You wouldn't dare.
I'll give you 2 seconds to decide. Get out of here, Denton. This is none of your business. Time's up. Where is the NSF taking the ambrosia?
They asked me already. I don't know.
Need I remind you that in the case of a national emergency, FEMA has a list of 6 million Americans who will be transported to detention centers? Your tabloids call it RX-84.
Yeah, including the President, Congress, and the Supreme Court.
In my position, I find it very easy to add names to that list.
Go to hell.
There we got busted.
The United States government has had emergency powers since World War II. We've never left a state of war.
Speak for yourself. The federal government is just responding to a threat.
A government should be about more than self-perpetuation.
You will confess, by the way. I don't like to dirty my hands with that sort of thing, but you will confess.
You guys standing in the corner is like, man, I hope he doesn't start talking to me.
Intellectual properties, aside from the quantities of vaccine, concern me deeply. Has the NSF made any attempt at reverse engineering?
Leave me alone.
If If you wanted to save people, you could have unloaded the whole shipment in Manhattan, or the airlift.
You said it yourself. Secrets are power.
I wonder how long this goes.
We have less civilized ways of making you talk.
The guy didn't respond, so that's probably like the last of it.
I am a patient man.
Ask me if I care.
But not that patient.
Kind of figured that would that would happen.
Saw nothing, Denton. Report to the helipad.
Saw nothing. Nothing at all. Should have just shot the other guy, then that guy would have talked for sure. Yep.
I won't say anything, but I think you should go.
Torture terrorists by making them play Bubsy 3D all day, every day. It's all against the Geneva Convention, though. Cruel and unusual punishment and all that. Bubsy. Like the Bubsy games as a kid.
Hope this one turns out a little better.
Go back to their cell and they hung themselves with the cord of the controller. I can't handle this anymore.
Your chopper's ready, Agent.
They still have some terrorists downstairs. Ones you didn't kill in the statue.
Yeah, they're kind of dead.
Get on the helicopter, Mr. Denton. Simons did not appreciate your interference.
I didn't interfere in nothing.
Let's go.
The slow-ass moving chopper. I'm guessing some sort of android or something. It definitely sounds more machine than man anyways for a cyborg. He's mostly augmentation at this point. Battery Park. I don't think we'd be finding too many airfields in Battery Park. I want to put us closer to an actual airfield.
We're dropping you in Battery Park. We know the NSF were moving material through here at one point. Seems like a good place to start looking.
It's a random tissue.
We lost the battle today. I admit it. Yes, Lord.
You with the NSF?
Had myself a division, mind you, back when we were the Northwest Secessionist Forces. Years ago. They thought they had us licked. Like they think they have us licked tonight. But look at me, young sir. We're God's army. And what infernal devil can stop God's army?
Well, you take care of yourself.
Found me two 30-06 clips. Now all I need's a gun, and then it's me and Satan. Yes, Satan. One last look into the devil's red eyes.
Sounds like you served God admirably in the Northwest War. But maybe you should let a soldier from the younger generation take the clips off your hands. What do you want for him?
Huh? You mean money? You want to buy them? Well, guess I'd take about 300 for each one.
300?
I'll check back with you later.
Oh.
That was...
Go away. Just...
this area here? Yeah, probably. I'm pretty sure every level was shrunk down by a significant amount. Make it fit on the PS2. Of course, when they did that, they probably changed the locations of a lot of items and whatnot. Shoot it down, focus down, hostage on the station. No dogs allowed. I wonder, since we've been here before, if there's anything like... anything we picked up before, if it's still respawned or...
Hey, you a cop? The terrorists got away.
The docks. Museum and sewers here. Oh yeah? Guess they got rid of all that.
Oh, thank you again. My hands get so cold.
Yeah, like I said, we'll probably both get kicked out when whoever it is gets back. I live underground.
All the same.
I can think of safer places to camp. After all the fighting tonight.
Yeah, cops said I could be here. Besides, I ain't camping. I'm with the mole people.
Why the name Mole People?
They call us that because we live underground. Like they're some kind of superior beings or something because they got more money than we do.
Maybe you should join your people. Anywhere underground would be safer than Battery Park.
The moles need someone topside. And besides, it's been pretty quiet. I'd rather be here than have the NSF tromping around with machine guns.
The NSF are hiding out with the Mole People?
Yeah, they haven't hurt anybody. We guess it's all right.
I need to contact the NSF. Think you can tell me how to find the moles?
Sure. Just give me the password so I know they trust you.
Underworld.
Good. Long as they decided to give you access. Go to the phone booth in the subway station. The code's M-O-L-E. That's 6653.
Thanks.
Can we just find that code with the datapad?
Talk to Charlie. He'll get you into the tunnels where we live.
Think it's true, the vaccine they got?
75.
Think it'd really kill you? Plenty of room around the fire. What about the mole settlement? You taking new people?
Well, it's not the best out.
How many bioelectric cells do we have at this point? 19. I wonder what the maximum is for these. On small man.
I'm keeping out of the way, like they said.
Some random ammo. Chest key? No. That chest I unlocked with a lockpick. Too late.
Oh.
It sounds oddly lewd. It's got very crunchy music. Charlie in the Brooklyn Bridge Station.
Thanks again for the key.
It wasn't a favor. I was well paid.
A real patriot.
I see it like this. It all balances out. UNATCO's just as much gun freaks as the militias. And if everybody's gonna shoot it out, fine, so long as neither side wins and takes over the whole country.
The goal of UNATCO is not conquest. It's the safety of ordinary people like yourself.
I know an army when I see one. Look, I'll be blunt. Got any cash? There's a secret passage behind that phone booth over there. For 500, I'll tell you where to get the code.
I already got the code to the phone booth, but thanks.
I guess I had to stay in the phone booth. Yeah, I had to stay inside of it. Goes up at places that don't have good food. Yeah, she's a picky eater. Should probably save here before I go too far. Considering we haven't saved since we got over to this area. God damn it. Ladder is my mortal enemy. Bob.
After the quakes, the homeless drifted down here. Junkies, runaways, grifters. There's a DSS file a mile long on this place. Some of them, the so-called mole people, have permanent living quarters in an adjacent tunnel system not on my map.
The doctors in that clinic, they ain't worth 5 credits. Nurse knew I was sick, but she just don't care. I've got the plague. Hi, honey. I don't handle the money. Talk to Charlie.
Charlie, where's Charlie?
You want Zion? Talk to the guy in the corner. His name's Rock.
I don't see no guys in any corners.
You deaf? I but I don't handle the money.
Way too much lore.
What you need, bro? Vials are $250.
Know where I can find the mole people?
Good neighbors keep each other's business private.
You want to set a price?
I'm a good neighbor. You want to buy something or not?
Maybe later.
Oh. Go away. Just...
Something in here and there. Yeah, those moans are very lewd. Imagine being the voice actor that had to do that. Ow. Yeah. Didn't you? They got bonus pay for that one line. What is this going to be used for exactly? You never mind. Just do the line. The hell hit me? The steam on the other side of this thick, like, how the hell did that work? God damn it. It's stuck now. Alright. Locked. Would be nice if they automatically switch to lockpicks or something if you go up to something that needs lockpicks to open, or things that need multi tools to open, so I don't have to go there manually every time. Valve. Alright. Skill points for turning 2 valves, I'll take it. No idea what the hell I did exactly, but I guess I needed to do it. Okay, I turned off the steam. Woo! This must have been a spot somewhere where there's a whole bunch of steam being blocking off the passage. I just happened to turn it off before I saw that.
Hola, bro.
What is it?
You on Rook's territory now. Just so you know.
You call yourselves Rooks?
That's right. Up here, it's business. You want to do business? Talk to El Rey.
I'll keep that in mind.
Just take it easy, bro. Be cool.
Be cool. Be cool, bro.
No one up here is looking for a fight.
Except for me.
Hey, man. You got any Zyme?
Nah, man.
Take a vial.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man.
Now maybe you can calm down for a second and tell me how to get to the Mole People hideout.
Yeah, sure. They're in the tunnels.
And?
The keypad's under the sink, in the woman's bathroom. Everybody knows that.
The code?
Got me. The Mole People keep me out because they don't like Zyme.
Well, guess we're going to the ladies' bathroom after all. I tried to stay away, but the game's like, nope, you're going in there one way or another. The party in the back of its business in the front. Why not party in every direction? The Mole People have network tunnels running out through the city. Blah blah blah. Code. Yeah. 5482. So we gotta get through here some way. It'll give me a buckshot, so I'll blow these doors open with a shotgun. Not a shotgun. And it's not enough to get to 25. That is though.
El Rey runs the show.
Here when there's like too many different directions to go. Three. Guess we're opening up this. 2. God damn it. Just had to follow them through there. The battery life on this thing sucks. Let's go for like 5 seconds. Really? I just open the path back. That's a waste. I remember when my last save was though, so not gonna reload.
We're gonna be special forces for the NSF if they give us some chicks. You can stick around, as long as you have legitimate business.
Bridge.
All this, as far as you can see, is Rook's territory.
Yeah, I can't see very far, so you guys have a really shitty small territory. This territory is this room.
Long as you have
This feels like a transition corridor there.
No one up here is looking for a fight.
Take that.
Just take it easy, bro. Be cool. No one up here is looking for a fight.
Time's at 1 a.m. Right, I think we're gonna have to call it there, I think. Got work in the morning. Well, work in the early afternoon. In the late morning. Oh, at least we made some progress. Finished mission 2, started mission 3. Still weird that we didn't find any... Like, we found a bunch of augs, but we didn't find anything that boosts the augs, that makes them stronger. There was that whole thing with JoJo, so I'm sure we might have missed something there, probably. Unfortunately. Haven't had that many points in the last mission. We do have enough points to level this up, which might be a good idea, because we're using the stick quite a bit. So it might be a good idea to level up. Let's do it. I totally forget I did that when I reload, but whatever. Yeah, we'll call it there for tonight. So let's let the timer there. So next stream, maybe another stealth stream before the weekend. If not, next stream will probably be on Sunday. Depends on how busy work is and everything. But we shall see. We'll make some more progress. Let's see who's online that we can host up. Who's online? What are they playing? got Taco Adventure on, playing some Secret Ancient Mission, something or other. We'll host Taco up, and we'll go from there. In the meantime, thanks everybody for watching. Have a great night, and I'll see y'all next time. So have a great night, everybody. Bye for now.